Lo. Cek satu dicoba. Cek, cek. Satu, dua, tiga. Dicoba. Satu. Cek, cek. Cek satu. Satu, dua, cek.
IA Collaboration Agreement, Distinguished Lecture and Workshop on the theme of Innovations in Science Education, Leveraging Deep Learning for 21st Century Skills in Physics, Chemistry, Biology, Mathematics, and Integrated Science Education at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa. Our topic today is sharing ideas to enhance the professional competencies of prospective science teachers. My name is Clara, and I will host the event today. Bapak Ibu sekalian, untuk penyelenggaraan acara ini, kami memutuskan untuk menggunakan bahasa Inggris, namun ada beberapa hal yang nanti saya akan sampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia juga. We would like to express our warm welcome to everyone coming to the event. Please welcome Mr. Ricardo Avelar Solomayer Karam, PhD, an Associate Professor in the Department of Science Education at University of Copenhagen. Mr. Ricardo, thank you for coming. We are very excited to have you today. And nice to meet you too. We will also welcome lecturers, teachers, and stakeholders that have been enthusiastically joining this event. Thank you for coming. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian dan selamat datang dalam acara ini. Terima kasih telah hadir dan berpartisipasi dalam acara ini. First, I'm going to deliver the agenda that we will have today. In the beginning of the event, we will sing the Indonesia Raya song. On this occasion, all participants in this room will be required to stand up. Then, there will be a welcoming speech from the head of the committee, Mrs. Yuvita Oktarisa, PhD, from the coordinator of 5 science fields, Dr. Renat Trobizidni, and from the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Fadlullah. Next, we will pray together prior to the main event, which will be led by Mr. Dudu. The main event consists of the signing of the Implementing Agreement, or IA, the lecture session of Mr. Ricardo Karam, PhD, followed by the group discussion and sharing session. At the end of the session, there will be a summary of this event and finally the closing. To start, we will sing Indonesia Raya together. All participants will be required to stand up. Bapak Ibu silakan dipersilakan berdiri. Terima kasih. Hadirin sekalian dipersilahkan duduk. Thank you. All participants, you may all sit down. Now, it is time to hear the welcoming speech from the head of the committee, Mrs. Yuvita Oktarisa, PhD. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin, all the praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, the most merciful, the most benevolent, and also may His blessing and the peace upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, peace be upon him. And good morning to the Dean, selamat pagi Pak, to the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and also the respected faculty members, WD1, WD2, WD3, and also the head of department, the secretary of department, and also the head of the laboratory from Matematika, Physics, Chemistry, Biology and Sains. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu, and also all of the teachers. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu, Assalamualaikum. And so I am Yuvita Oktarisa. Saya Yuvita Oktarisa. I am also the head of Department of Physics Education and also the head of committee for this series event. And this event carries overarching theme, which is enhancing the education for science educators. And we are going to have the discussion about how to empowering the science education from 5 different perspectives. Dari kita akan mendiskusikan Bapak Ibu bagaimana memajukan pendidikan untuk guru-guru sains dari 5 perspektif major ya, 5 perspektif departemen. Saya ingin menyapa dulu guru-guru dari matematika, boleh raise hand-nya ya. Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu, terima kasih sudah datang. Terus juga dari fisika, dari Kabupaten Fisika MGMP, boleh Ibu raise hand di belakang ya. Ya, oke, terima kasih banyak. Terus juga matematika, fisika, kimia, Bapak Ibu guru dari kimia. Oke, halo selamat pagi Ibu-ibu. Mungkin diwakili oleh istrinya Pak Robi ya, Bu Ayu di belakang. Terus juga kimia, biologi teachers, alhamdulillah. Oke, alhamdulillah, thank you Bu for coming. Ada Bapak Ibu guru biologi, kemudian sains dari IPA, dari kabupaten. Ya, oke, boleh tepuk tangan dulu untuk sains. Ya, baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Jadi pakai bahasa Indonesia jadinya ya. So we are gathered here to discuss trending topic among educators. Jadi kita di sini tuh ingin mendiskusikan trending topic yang sekarang lagi in gitu ya Bapak Ibu, yaitu tentang deep learning. So while the deep learning itself is not new term for us, itu kan nggak terminologi yang baru lagi ya Bapak Ibu. So like every day when we have the lesson, we try so hard to make our lesson become deep learning. Karena deep learning itu seperti yang kita ketahui ada meaningful ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ada meaningful, mindful, and joyful. Nah, sekarang kita berdiskusi mengenai hal baik atau pengalaman yang sudah kita laksanakan di lapangan seperti apa. Itu gunanya kita digrupkan ya Bapak Ibu, digrupkan IPA dengan IPA, matematika, fisika, kimia, biologi, dan seterusnya. Kita digrupkan mengisi worksheet, simple worksheet, di mana kita bisa sharing ideas tentang deep learning yang sudah dilaksanakan itu seperti apa dan tantangannya gimana gitu. Nah, kemudian ini dosen-dosen yang ada di sini nanti akan menjadi fasilitator Bapak Ibu dalam berdiskusi, dan juga nantinya dari Bapak Ibu Kajur sendiri ya nanti akan sharing juga tantangan yang dihadapi oleh kita nih Bapak Ibu dosen-dosen yang ada di FKIP. Jadi tantangan dalam menghasilkan guru itu seperti apa sih? What is the challenge that we face when we want to produce science teacher? So yeah, we are going to listen about that. Dan juga acara kita di sini tentunya saya juga berterima kasih. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our distinguished guest here, Mr. Ricardo Karam, Associate Professor Ricardo Avelar Soto Mayor Karam from Science Education Department. Bapak Ibu boleh tepuk tangan dulu. Ya, okay, so beliau di sini akan memberikan paparan Bapak Ibu bagaimana deep learning itu dilaksanakan atau dilakukan di negara-negara Eropa. Especially atau particularly dari Denmark, because he also involved to educate a science teacher in European countries. Nah, jadi Bapak Ricardo ini juga menjadi salah satu praktisi yang melatih guru-guru sains di Denmark, Brazil, dan juga Jerman. Nah, jadi apakah deep learning sudah dilaksanakan di sana gitu ya? Kalau misalkan sudah, seperti apa gitu? What is the difference between the deep learning here in Indonesia and also deep learning in European countries? So we are going to hear about that. Dan juga karena kita di sini adalah penghasil guru-guru, especially untuk FKIP ya. Nah, kita juga akan mendengarkan overview yang dipersiapkan oleh European countries itu dalam mencetak guru-guru sains itu seperti apa sih? Nah, makanya nanti kita akan dengar ulasan dari Bapak Ricardo gitu. Nah, harapannya pulang dari sini ada sesuatu yang kita bawa ya Bapak Ibu, tidak hanya piagam, sertifikat, tapi juga knowledge dan juga mudah-mudahan bermanfaat. Nah, juga acara ini Pak Dekan sudah dimulai dari kemarin sebenarnya Pak Dekan, tapi yang kemarin itu online ya Bapak Ibu, ikut ya? Oke, alhamdulillah. Jadi yang kemarin itu adalah online, Bapak Ibu mendapatkan materi mengenai deep learning dan sekarang waktunya untuk diskusi, sehingga 32 jam pelajaran yang ada di sertifikat itu terpenuhi gitu. Oke, so ya selamat datang Bapak Ibu, mudah-mudahan enjoy dengan acara ini karena di acara ini ada discussion yang luar biasa dan juga insightful presentation tentunya ya. Mudah-mudahan semangat terus untuk mengikuti acara ini. Dan satu lagi saya juga mohon izin mau mengucapkan terima kasih juga untuk Profesor Yudi sudah datang dari Wakil LPMP. Terima kasih, boleh tepuk tangan untuk Prof Yudi. Dan juga untuk Prof Udi Samanhudi, Road to Professor ya. Jadi Pak Associate Professor Udi Samanhudi adalah Kepala International Office in Untirta. Jadi berkat beliau, saran dan juga dukungan, kita bisa mendatangkan Pak Ricardo ke sini. Terima kasih banyak loh Pak. Ditunggu terus supportnya untuk FKIP ya Pak Dekan ya. Oke, terus juga untuk komite, untuk panitia saya ucapkan terima kasih banget. Untuk semua komite, boleh tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk panitia. Aduh, saya tidak henti-hentinya tim kita bekerja untuk terlaksananya kegiatan ini. Jadi saya berterima kasih sekali untuk panitia. Mudah-mudahan semua yang dilakukan ini dibalas oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala menjadi amal ibadah dan juga membawa berkah untuk kita semua. Oke, terima kasih. Tadinya udah nyiapin skrip tapi jadinya nggak baca skrip ya. Apa yang inget aja. Oke, baik, selamat datang ya Bapak Ibu. Selamat mengikuti acara kita. Mudah-mudahan acara kita membawa berkah untuk semuanya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Yuvita, for giving the speech. Then, we will hear the welcoming speech from the coordinator of 5 science fields, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and natural science, Dr. Renat Robizidni. Mr. Robizidni, time and
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala sayyidina Muhammad. Good morning everyone. How are you today? Fine, thank you. Okay. Okay. On behalf of Science Education Group in FKIP Untirta, Distinguished Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sultan Tirtayasa, and also the representative from the Senat Untirta, Prof. Yudi, and also the head of International Office, Pak Udi, and the respected faculty members, teachers, who come from physics educations, chemistry educations, science education, biology educations, and mathematics education. Welcome to our beloved campus. And also for our special guest, esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Ricardo Karam. Thank you very much to come here. He is come from Department of Science Education, University of Copenhagen, in Europe ya. Copenhagen jauh ya. Jadi tadi berbincang-bincang ke sini aja mungkin lebih dari 20 jam. So it is a very special event for us to having him here. And welcome to our focus discussion group. I call focus discussion group because you already have the slides before this meeting, right? And you have discussed about deep learning before. And in this focus group discussion, we hope you will get an insights more deeper about deep learning itself. And it's an honor and a privilege to stand before you today and open this important event, which bring together the experts, educators, and researchers who share a common goal in strengthening the quality of science teacher education. In today's rapidly evolving world, the role of science education is more critical than ever. As we prepare the future of the teachers, we must ensure that they possess not only subject knowledge, but also the pedagogical skills and professional competencies which is needed to inspire and educate the next generation of learners. And we are truly have the privilege to have Associate Professor Ricardo Karam as our speaker here. I read about his extensive expertise in the interplay between physics and mathematics, and also the didactical potential of the history of physics that will give us a deeper understanding on how we can integrate interdisciplinary approach into our teaching methodologies. And finally, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Dean and the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Education for their continued support in advancing science educations. And my appreciation also goes to all faculty members, academicians, participants who have dedicated their time to be here today. And I also encourage all of you to actively participate, share your ideas, and collaborate with one another. So kita harapkan di kegiatan ini ada timbal baliknya ya, karena memang deep learning ini sesuatu hal yang baru bagi science education terutama ya, dan tentunya kementerian juga kan masih mencari pola ya bagaimana penerapan deep learning yang sesuai untuk kurikulum di Indonesia. So in this event we have a special guest that we can ask about his ideas in deep learning. Saya juga sudah baca slide dari Ricardo ya, regarding the difference between deep learning and surface learning. Perbedaan antara deep learning dengan surface learning ya, atau belajar lebih mendalam dan belajar hanya permukaannya saja. So it is a good change for us to be more actively to participate in this workshop. And finally, thank you, and I wish you all the productive and insightful session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Robi, for the welcoming speech. Now we will going to hear the welcoming speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Fadlullah. Dr. Fadlullah, time and place are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah ashabihi wa mawalah amma ba'du. Pertama saya ucapkan selamat datang Prof. Ricardo. Thanks for coming. Welcome to FKIP Untirta. Dan kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk beliau. Ini hadir bersama kita juga Ketua Senat FKIP Untirta, Prof. Yudi. Terima kasih Kanda Yudi sudah hadir. Kang Udi juga, ini Dr. Udi Samanudi dari PLI kalau dulu. Nah, FKIP ya. Jadi semua keluarga besar FKIP. Alhamdulillah ini lengkap. Kita menghimpun di FKIP Untirta itu sesuai dengan rumpun ilmu. Jadi untuk menyederhanakan, apalagi sekarang ada efisiensi. Nah, jadi ini lebih kuat lagi. Pak Robi Sidini. Nah, ini beliau saya tunjuk sebagai koordinator untuk rumpun MIPA, jadi Matematika, IPA, Fisika, Kimia, Biologi, lengkap di situ. Kemudian hari ini acara diinisiasi oleh jurusan Pendidikan Fisika. Tepuk tangan ya untuk Fisika ini. Terima kasih sudah hadir teman-teman dari guru yang ada di Banten dan sekitarnya. Jadi guru fisika, guru kimia, biologi, matematika, termasuk IPA ya. Guru IPA berarti dari SMP. Dari SMP ya Bu Yufi ya. Dari SMP ya guru IPA. Sudah hadir. Terima kasih semuanya. Kita di FKIP Untirta ini punya semangat baru untuk membangun Sekolah Jawara Indonesia. Sekolah Jawara Indonesia ini adalah semangat kita untuk unggul. Kita ingin pastikan Banten melalui FKIP Untirta ini menjadi Center of Excellence dalam bidang pendidikan. Nah, terutama dalam hal ini adalah pendidikan sains dan teknologi. Nah, ini juga kita Bapak Ibu sekalian, selain mengusung tema Sekolah Jawara Indonesia untuk satuan pendidikan formal, nah insya Allah pada bulan ini Ramadan kita juga akan launching rintisan Kampung Jawara Indonesia. Jadi Kampung Jawara Indonesia itu adalah binaan FKIP, yaitu di Cipari dan Sumur Pecung. Insya Allah akan berpartisipasi 40 masjid dari 40 RW yang ada di 2 kelurahan. Tepuk tangan untuk kita semua. Bapak Ibu, kenapa kita launching Kampung Jawara Indonesia di Cipari dan Sumur Pecung sebagai pilot project? Karena tadi kita ini punya semangat untuk membangun masyarakat belajar. Jadi kita ingin membangun masyarakat belajar. Nah, kondisi saat ini dengan efisiensi, saya dengar teman-teman di satuan pendidikan dasar menengah juga mengalami kesulitan serupa seperti kita di perguruan tinggi. Oleh karena itu, adik-adik mahasiswa dibimbing oleh dosen nanti bisa membantu dari pendekatan informal dan pendekatan non formal. Jadi adik-adik kita yang belajar di PAUD SD, SMP, SMA di luar sekolah itu bisa mendapatkan introduksi pendidikan sains dan teknologi di lingkungannya masing-masing melalui gerakan mahasiswa. Saya kira itu saya perkenalkan soal Sekolah Jawara Indonesia dan Kampung Jawara Indonesia. Baik, pada akhirnya sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tentu sangat istimewa kepada Associate Profesor Ricardo yang berkenan hadir jauh dari Denmark, dari Copenhagen datang ke Indonesia. Nah, ini jangan disia-siakan. Ya, Bapak Ibu dosen dan Bapak Ibu guru, mari kita belajar banyak hal terkait dengan deep learning ini. Dan kita tahu deep learning itu bukan hanya bermakna, tapi lebih dari itu bagaimana kita bisa memanfaatkan teknologi komunikasi dan informasi, utamanya adalah kecerdasan buatan yang berkembang saat ini untuk mengolah data, dan data itu bermakna bagi kita untuk menyelesaikan problem-problem kemanusiaan, khususnya adalah problem pendidikan. Jadi sekarang ini memang mestinya kita bersyukur karena dengan adanya kecerdasan buatan itu kita lebih mudah untuk melacak informasi, untuk mencari informasi, untuk mengolah data dan mengambil keputusan berbasis data. Hanya saja kadang-kadang kemajuan teknologi justru kita kalau dapat informasi baca judulnya aja dan tidak mau baca lebih jauh. Nah, ini berbanding terbalik dengan tujuan kita mempelajari teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Justru kita mempelajari teknologi informasi itu menjadi sarana bagi kita untuk memahami persoalan lebih dalam. Oleh karena itu deep learning mestinya meaningful, joyful, karena tidak seperti zaman dulu. Kalau saya dulu belajar Quran dan hadits itu cari kitab berlembar-lembar itu susah sekali. Tapi sekarang tinggal ketik tema yang dikehendaki, lafaz atau kata yang dikehendaki, itu semua akan muncul. Namun setelah muncul ngapain? Nah, itu yang kadang-kadang kita kurang serius di situ. Nah, kalau ini serius, maka insya Allah deep learning itu betul-betul meaningful dan ujungnya adalah joyful. Sehingga nanti kurikulum deep learning dikenal dengan kurikulum full kan gitu. Kira-kira begitu. Saya kira demikian. Ini kita buka acara secara resmi dengan bersama-sama membaca basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala memberikan pertolongan dan keberkahan kepada kita semua. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadullah, for giving the speech. Bapak Ibu sekalian, dapat informasi bahwa jika Bapak Ibu yang berkehalangan hadir, sebenarnya ini bisa ditonton di YouTube. Linknya sudah disampaikan via grup ya, kalau nggak salah ya. Jadi bagi Bapak Ibu yang teman-temannya atau koleganya ingin menyaksikan acara ini juga bisa dilihat atau ditonton via YouTube begitu. Okay. Next agenda is to have a prayer. Kita akan berdoa bersama before the main event. I would like to invite Mr. Dudung to lead the doa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ibu yang saya hormati, marilah kita berdoa terlebih dahulu untuk kesempurnaan kegiatan hari ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu wa yukafiru mazidah. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami bersyukur atas nikmat yang telah Engkau berikan kepada kami. Hari ini kami berkumpul di sini untuk menuntut ilmu, memperluas pemahaman dan menimba hikmah daripada ahli. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kegiatan ini bermanfaat bagi kami semua. Berkati diskusi kami dengan kejelasan, wawasan, dan kebijaksanaan. Berikan kemudahan kepada pembicara kami dalam menyampaikan ilmunya, serta bukakan hati dan pikiran kami untuk menerima dan mengaplikasikannya demi kebaikan yang lebih besar. Ya Allah, jadikan kegiatan ini sebagai ibadah kami. Perkuat niat dan keikhlasan kami dalam menuntut ilmu demi kemajuan diri, masyarakat, dan bangsa. Ya Allah, tuntunlah kami kepada apa yang benar dan berikan kami kekuatan untuk mengikutinya. Berilah kami ilmu yang membawa cahaya dan kebaikan dalam hidup kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dudung Abdurrahman, for the leading of the prayer. Now we are entering the main event at the moment, the signing of implementing agreement. For this occasion, I would like for the committee to prepare for the documents to the front. Okay, I would like to invite Mr. Ricardo and Mr. Fadullah to go to the front, and also the head of Department of Mathematics Education, Dr. Hepsi Nindiasari, as well as the head of Department of Mathematics Education for graduate level, Dr. Novaliosi. Please come to the front. Okay, you can sign the IA. Okay, now it is the time to take a picture for everyone here. Okay, thank you very much. You can sit down. Ibu Hepsi. Juga ada tanda tangan. Okay, thank you very much. Now, okay. Now it is time for the head of Department of Education, Dr. Rernadzro Bizidni. Please come to the front. You may sign. Okay, please take a picture. Okay, you may sit down. Okay, the next one, I would like to invite the head of Department of Biology Education, Dr. Iing Dwi Lestari, who will be represented by Dr. Dian Rahmawati, MSc, as the Secretary of the Department. Please come to the front. please take a picture of. Thank you very much. And then next one, we are going to call the head of Department of Physics Education, Yuvita Oktarina, PhD. Please come. Okay, please take a picture. Thank you. Now we are going to call the head of Department of Natural Science Education, Siti Romlah Nur Hadijah, MPD. Please come to sign. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next agenda is to give a plaque or the souvenir from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education to Mr. Ricardo. Acara selanjutnya adalah penyerahan plakat. Mr. Ricardo, please sit down. Yes. We are going to give you the souvenir from university. Okay. Please take a picture of this moment. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ricardo and Dr. Fadullah. You may have a seat. Okay. All right, everyone. The implementing agreement for the international collaboration between the Faculty of Teaching and Science Education, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, and University of Copenhagen have been signed. We hope that it will strengthen our cooperation and bring benefits to both of us. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita akan memasuki acara selanjutnya, yaitu adalah penyampaian lecture dari Mr. Ricardo Karam PhD. So it will be in English for sure. Okay. Is everything ready? Okay. Okay, so for this session, for the deliverance of the lecture and also for the group discussion and sharing session, it will be moderated by Mrs. Sakti Kurniasi, Master of Biotechnology. Please come to the front. Mrs. Sakti Kurniasi. Okay.
Alright, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning Bapak Ibu. Semangat ya. Semangat, mana nih semangatnya? Alright Bapak Ibu. Mana tepuk tangannya? Alright Bapak Ibu, all of the session will be held in bilingual but majority in English, and I am Sakti Kurniasi who will be moderate this session. Alright Bapak Ibu, recently we usually hear about deep learning, and since the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education announced that we have to apply the deep learning in the curricula. Alright, but what is it deep learning? Is it the same with the machine learning, why it's important, and why we have to learn that and implement to our learning. So that, Bapak Ibu, okay, so that Bapak Ibu, we will have a sharing session with Professor Ricardo Avelar Sotomayor Karam. He is an associate professor from Department of Science Education from University of Copenhagen, Denmark. He has arranged several initiatives to enhance the quality of science education, especially in Denmark and Brazil. His core competence is physics and mathematics, physics at university, and history of physics, also the didactical potential of it. His newest article is Schrödinger Original Struggles in Complex Wave Function. Well, alright, Bapak Ibu, sorry we have to wait several minutes because we have a technical issue. We will come back to you in a while. Thank you. Alright, Bapak Ibu, since we have the technical issue here in the front, Bapak Ibu can start the discussion earlier so that all the lecturer please come to the MGMP teacher, and then you can start share the worksheet and start the discussion first. Thank you. Alright, Bapak Ibu, attention please. Alright, we have to solve the issue right now so that I think we can begin the presentation shortly. So, can I have your attention please? Okay, I will wait for you for 1 to 2 minutes to manage that. Please come back to your seat and pay attention in the front. We are really sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, Bapak Ibu, let's get a Okay, Bapak Ibu, let's get a prelude session from Ricardo about the deep learning. Ricardo, the stage is yours.
Yes, it's working. Okay, can we start? Yes. So good morning everyone. It's an honor, a pleasure to be here. My name is Ricardo. I come originally from Brazil. But I've been living and working in Denmark for the past 10 years. Maybe we'll see. So
It's not
okay.
It's okay. It's not very stable.
So it's really an honor and a pleasure for me to be here. My first time in Indonesia. It's kind of a dream come true. I'm sorry I was not able to work on my language skills and learn Bahasa properly. I did learn some words, but it was not enough to present everything in Indonesian. So I'll present in English. I'll try to do it slowly, and I hope you can follow. Otherwise, of course, we will translate something along the way. I was given the task to think about how what I've been doing and what I've been thinking about relates to deep learning, which is, I would say, something that I really aim for. I would say, it's our ultimate goal. Goal is to kind of aim for deep learning, and I will do that mainly based on some of the things I've been doing, and then I'll pose the question to you, okay, is this deep learning, or what are the aspects of deep learning that you see, and what are maybe some of the missing components? So this is supposed to be a discussion, maybe an initial proposal of some things that I've been doing, and we will discuss later. But first of all, it's very important for me to stress how glad I am to be here. I have had the privilege to have 2 PhD students from Indonesia, Yuvita and Aswin, and it has been a wonderful time to have had them for a long period of time, more than 3 years as a PhD students. We have great memories of this time together. And since they arrived, I told them, I want to visit you in Indonesia. And that's probably more than 10 years ago or something. So this is a very special moment for me to finally be here and, get to know you, your life, your country, and really interact with you in a meaningful way. So it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here. So here's Aswing and Yuvi, as you already know, and especially Yuvi, she was my first PhD student, and she is, she's such a strong woman, and she went through so much, and I'm just honored to have been her supervisor, and so it's really special for me to be here. I would like to start making that very clear from the beginning before we go to the more conceptual or academic stuff. Right. So terima kasih. Yeah. So when I try to describe what I've been doing and what I've been interested in, as already was presented, I'm now putting kind of two labels in the things that I've been interested in. One is a bit of a longer topic, older one, the interplay between physics and mathematics. So that becomes relevant also for the group from mathematics. So how also historically these two disciplines were connected, are interrelated, and how can we learn from this relationship when we teach both mathematics and physics, but I've been looking more from the physics perspective. And I would say more recently, but this is not so recent, I've been actually interested in that for quite a while, is how can we use the history of physics, especially the history of the conceptual development of things when we teach. And I honestly think it has a lot to do with deep learning. And I'll come back to that, but basically the idea is we can teach something as an end product. This is the equation, this is the theory, period. And we can learn how it works. But deep learning is not only that, it's also understanding where it comes from, why it was originated. So the history, for me, crucial part in the way we think about teaching. So it's not an add-on or something that maybe you kind of just to catch the interest. To me, it's an intrinsic part of the teaching. So when I was given the task to think about deep learning, if you ask me, okay, do you think that these things that you work with are related to deep learning? I would say absolutely. I mean, I have no doubt that that's deep learning. And I've been giving these three labels, which I like a lot. Meaningful, mindful, and joyful. I would say meaningful for sure, because I'm always really thinking about what is the meaning behind this, where does this come from, right? Really asking the deep questions. So meaningful, I would say absolutely. Joyful, I would say for me, I really love to think about these things. Maybe not all students are so passionate about this more, let's say, theoretical approach, but maybe we should cultivate that, like the joy of deep understanding for the sake of deep understanding. And then, of course, the mindful part is so important to understand the world around us, the context, the implications, societal development, sustainability, on all of that, like understand the relation between what we learn in the classroom and the world around us. So actually, I really like the pillars that you are kind of grounding the whole deep learning here. Now, I'm curious to hear what you've been doing in your own classrooms. So I would like to start with sharing with you a simple, a small experience, but very important in my life that I had that really changed. It was very influential to the way I began to be interested in those things that I do today. I remember very vividly, I was in the 5th grade. Originally, I come from Brazil, so I was in Brazil. I think I was about 10 years old, so just a kid. And I had a mathematics teacher. I'm looking to the mathematics teachers right there. I had a mathematics teacher that showed me that with mathematics, you did not have to memorize lots of formula. You know, you can think about, suppose I'm learning to calculate the area of a polygon, and you can think, well, the area of the square is this one, the area of the rectangle is that one, and then the triangle, then the circle, the parallelogram. You have a list of 20 formulas that you need to memorize. That teacher was very important because he showed me, you don't need to memorize all these 20. You just need to understand the basic principle of how you calculate areas, and you just use it to derive all the other equations. So it's really looking for unity behind this apparent complexity. You know, these things, so not memorize. He was stressing that don't memorize it, understand it. And if you can't remember, but you understand it, you'll be able to derive it. Okay, that was very, very strong, and that was in the 5th grade. That kind of shaped my thought from that moment on. So this, I think, shows the importance that you have, you know, with the kids by really fascinating them for the mathematical kind of reasoning. Another thing which related to that, again, do I need to memorize Pythagoras' theorem? No, I can understand why it is like that. I can prove, for instance, visually and in other ways. So it's the same idea, being able to show, to prove where things come from. Mathematics is very good also at identifying patterns, you know, and kind of predicting, for instance, the next row in this binomial expansion. So mathematical reasoning is very powerful, and deep learning is about that. It's about deriving, understanding what's fundamental behind the apparent I would say complexity, and even kind of, you know, seems random, and avoiding memorizing stuff. I would say this is something that I took at a very early age as a student. When I think about physics now, and I'm sorry, of course, I will have to have more examples from physics. This is my field, but I hope you'll be able to translate it to your field, especially biology, chemistry, and science in general. But I hope that some of the things will be similar there. But when I think about physics and you ask me, okay, can you tell me what is the difference between deep learning and surface learning? I think about a difference of approaches between classic textbooks in physics. And I don't want to here to say this is the best and this is the worst. They're different approaches. It's very easy, and one of my favorite textbooks in physics is the Feynman Lectures. By the way, I forgot, I'll just come back here because I have a small story to tell about this picture. I just showed you the picture and I forgot to tell about the story of the picture. Seems a bit presumptuous. Richard Feynman was an American physicist, was very well known not only for his physics, but mainly for the way he taught physics. And the Feynman Lectures is a masterpiece of, I would say, of deep learning in physics. And this picture here was a special moment for me, just as this is a very special moment for me as well, because this was, I went to Caltech, to the lecture hall where Feynman gave his lectures, and I entered there, it was empty, and then I just pretended I was lecturing, and you can't really read it, but I was kind of explaining episodes of a book that I'm writing, which is about the use of complex numbers, that's for the mathematicians there, in physics. So how complex numbers were used in the history of physics in many different ways. So that goes back to Feynman. This is the lecture hall that Feynman gave his lectures. Anyway, now that I remember, because I was talking about Feynman. And I don't want to criticize the right-hand side here. I'll try not to. But there are very different approaches. Here, you can quite see because of the sofa, but here the focus is on conceptual understanding. And Feynman never sells ideas cheaply. So you can say, well, what is velocity? Velocity is just a derivative of position with respect to time. So what? You can sell it cheaply and then apply this notion in different problems, but not really think deeply about what it means. That's not what Feynman does. Feynman will spend a lot of time and energy just discussing how counterintuitive the apparently simple concept of velocity is. And he actually will not apply that to solve many problems, but that's another thing. So here's, it's not very, but it's basically, he tells the story of a woman that is stopped by a policeman, and the police said, hey, you were traveling 120 kilometers per hour. And she says back, that can't be true. I've been traveling for only 7 minutes. So how can I be traveling 100 kilometers per hour if I only left home 7 minutes though? This doesn't make sense. And only this simple story of, okay, but that doesn't mean that you travel 100 kilometers in 1 hour and all of that, but just that simple story gets him to discuss deep the counterintuitive idea of just saying 120 kilometers per hour right now. This is a very weird thing, because if I ask you, what is your speed right now? You say 120 kilometers per hour. What does that mean? Oh, that means that I'm gonna travel 120 kilometers in the next hour. You say, no, I asked you right now. I don't know what's gonna happen in the next hour. So only this apparently simple idea Feynman uses and goes very deep into this, where often the other side, which is a more, I would say, procedural approach, technical approach, will focus on problem solving. And as I said, we'll sell cheaply the idea of velocity, we'll present you a formula, and we'll give you a list of 10 problems for you to work on that. That, I would say, is more surface learning. Maybe a combination of both is what we need, but we often, and we have been doing this, and I think you're in a process of a change of mindset, which is great. We have been doing too much of the right-hand side, and just kind of solving problems and solving problems and solving problems, and not really dedicating time to deep understanding, to deep conceptual understanding. I need to be aware of the time. I'll just then give you a bit of more concrete examples of some of the things I've been working on, also in collaboration with Yuvi and with Aswin. But this one was a little bit before they arrived, because this was my postdoc, which I think is very relevant here, because I was developing a course for physics teachers. So that's kind of this is what you do in this faculty. You prepare teachers, right? And the question was about, what does it mean to understand physics equation? And we wanted to emphasize here 2 examples. I'm not sure how vivid it is, but in the left is the so-called centripetal acceleration. Is weird, but whenever something is changing direction, there's an acceleration related to that. And if circular motion, it's called centripetal acceleration. And the right-hand side is so-called Snell's law. For some, it makes sense. It doesn't matter. It's just optics. There are 2 formulas. And what we wanted to emphasize is, it's not enough to just know the formula, and maybe it's not enough to just know one way to obtain this formula. What we discussed with the teachers was actually obtaining formulas in many different ways and comparing them. This was the focus of a whole course that I designed and taught together with my German colleague Olaf Kai, and I'm just pointing you to the publication where we present the course and the analysis if you're interested. But to me, again, it's an example of deep learning. You know, seeing things from different perspectives, comparing, right? It's not, here's the centripetal acceleration formula, calculate the acceleration when velocity is this and the radius is that. It's kind of so what? So those are just some examples of things that I've been doing. Here's Aswin's PhD. Aswin is in Medan from the university. Yeah, it's hard to read there, but it's from Medan. And I'm looking forward to visiting him in less than a week. And from here I'm gonna go there. And we thought about the question, what does it mean to understand a very famous equation in physics called the wave equation. It's a little bit complicated, but it doesn't matter. It's a mathematical equation that describes waves. And by discussing with him a lot about what does it actually mean to understand this equation, we came up with different dimensions, and we developed tutorials to focus on these dimensions with students, with Indonesian students, by the way, which he took data during the pandemic online. I think it's also fair to mention. And you know, I won't go into the details. This will not interest the non-physicists and non-mathematicians, but it's just to show how much is behind the innocent looking wave equation, which is just like what this in the middle is. Okay, and I'm pointing you to a reference as well. Okay. Oh, those figures are not showing. That's no problem, no problem. I am more and more interested, as I told you before, I'm more and more interested in looking at original sources. So we teach physics from textbooks, which is okay, I'm not criticizing that. But have you ever imagined how crazy it would be for someone studying, for instance, English literature, and that person learns about Shakespeare without ever reading Shakespeare? That would be a crazy thing. We don't do that in physics. We don't read the originals. And there's a good reason for that. The originals are very difficult to understand. So my research approach to that is trying to go to the originals and finding a way to understand the key ideas and translate them into something that can actually be taught. So I'll just show you two examples. The others, the figures aren't showing the correct ones, no problems. It doesn't matter. One that Yuvi knows very well, the Newton's PQRST force. We discussed this over and over again. We struggled a lot to try to understand this. But it's a great example of how you can actually get into Newton's original reasoning, and you understand that very deeply. And it's so fascinating and powerful. I won't get into the details. It will be a bit maybe too much. Or Schrödinger, and in one small paper, how he kind of shows how he's after a physical interpretation of the real part. And that I will leave also for the seminar tomorrow, which is the quantum part for the physicists. But the general idea is, let's try to find small excerpts of original sources that are very powerful, usually that they are very different from the way we teach things. And let's learn with a comparison. It's often more productive to do that after they learned it, because together with the first time that they're learning, it could be too much. So it's often about reflecting and learning more about the process and the difference. So I've been thinking about that a lot. And actually combining these two is one of Juvita's publications from her thesis. It's called From a Central Force to Kepler's Area Law, Student Difficulties and Preferences with Two Derivations. So she presented to students two different derivations of the connection between the assumption of a central force and Kepler's law that says that the areas swept out by the planets equal areas in equal times. Okay, you don't need to know the details, but we presented two ways, she mainly with her own Indonesian students, and then compare them. This is, again, a great example of deep learning, I would say, and it was such a privilege to be able to get into the minds of these students here in Indonesia and try to see their reasoning, what they were struggling with, what made sense to them. So this is another concrete example of deep learning. It's a special one for me to present here to you. So if we could sum up, and again, this is not the whole deep learning, I understand, but if I could kind of have a take on it, I would say, well, deep learning is focused on conceptual understanding. It's focusing on why questions and not only how to calculate stuff. It's why, where does it come from, right? It also involves a completely different practice in terms of assessing even exams and all of that. Very often we have to ask ourselves the questions, how did we get there? how did we get historically to the way that we teach things today and learn from the historical development. So it's a focus more on the process rather than the product. You know, this very dry thing, oh, here's the theory, let's work with it. No, that's not really deep learning. Deep learning is more about understanding the process. It really focuses on critical thinking. And critical thinking is so important for us as human beings as a whole, and physics and mathematics and science in general actually trains our critical thinking. And one might think that this is not directly relevant for our lives, but it's much more than we think. We become critical about, we ask questions, you know, and the questions that we ask in terms of science, we begin to ask with our own lives, with our own set of beliefs. And of course, we need to separate some things in life, but you know, it teaches us this critical thinking, and that is really the power of science and power of teaching and learning science. And if I could sum up in terms of strategy, I would say less is more. Usually, in order to focus on deep learning, you will teach less content, and you need to be okay with that, because you will focus on going deeper in fewer things. It's a natural, but it will be a conscious choice and a powerful one that will impact your students in a great way. So don't be, oh, but I have to teach this, I have to teach also that, this is in the curriculum, this is in the curriculum. Let it go, okay? Make your choice, and this choice can and should be a little bit your own in a way. That's another conversation about curriculum, so you should have the freedom. The content doesn't matter. It is the process. So if you want to pick something different, doesn't matter, it's the process, okay? So I would argue it's inevitably less is more. That was my prelude. We are within the time, right? Terima kasih. And I look forward to learning about your own experiences and challenges and discussing with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. It is a very insightful preludes, I think. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for all the participants, I think we open 1 to 2 questions if you want to ask. Please raise your hand. It's okay in Indonesian. I can translate it for you. Who want to ask? Okay.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I want to ask, when we are in the classroom, we find some of the students are lazy to think deep. How to motivate them to think about the topic that we discuss? Because the COVID-19, they stay at home for almost 2 years, and then they usually learn the small things, learn not deep learning, but just surface learning. And now, when we want to apply the deep learning, we face the challenge. We face the difficulty to make them think deeply. Yeah, that's how to motivate them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. That's this is a big challenge. There are no easy answers and no certainly successful recipes. All right. I mean, how do we motivate the students? And we can motivate the students in different ways, because people are different and they will be maybe motivated by different things. I would probably, and of course, we get the students when they arrive to your lab. they don't come completely blank. They come with previous experiences. They come with values. They come with a whole baggage that they bring from their families, from society, right? And sometimes they are a little bit in contradiction to deep learning approach that you want to convey. So I will just acknowledge the challenge of motivation and just say it's an ongoing process that I would just say that we need to address explicitly with them. We need to be able to show the importance of deep learning for their lives, not only for understanding deep science, but for their own lives. And I know that this is said, done. Maybe you can also think of a diversity of ways. Oh yeah, right. Maybe diversity of ways to motivate. That. Yes. Oh, this one is charging. All right. It will be more stable. So maybe we can also be open to more a diversity of ways to motivate different students. That can also be something. Some will be more motivated, for instance, by real life applications of things. What I presented today is very much theoretical, right? Okay, the big ideas where everything comes from. This will capture some students, not all of them. So that's another thing that we as teachers need to be aware of. We need to diversify our sources of motivation so that we can maybe grasp the ones that just don't seem to be motivated by this particular thing there. But let me give you the question back. Would you say that, just so that I get an idea of how central the problem is to you, would you say that we're talking about a majority or a minority of students? Do you, and you all, do you perceive that most of your students have no interest in deep learning? I know this is a very kind of tough question to ask. Or are we mostly talking about a minority? Because we need to go after the deep reasons for this lack of motivation. They just don't see this as relevant and as important. So can I ask you or others here, how much do you see that the lack of motivation for deep learning is a thing in your classrooms, in your students? And if it is a thing, where is it coming from? Can I don't know if she has the microphone there. Can I throw the question back to you or to others? And so, are your students demotivated? You want to teach them deep learning?
Oke, Bapak Ibu, kira-kira masalah deep learning itu di kelas kita tuh datangnya dari mana gitu? Apa sih penyebabnya? Nah, gitu. Mungkin dari fisika Pak Yustiani di sini, silakan Pak.
Kalau pakai bahasa Inggris nggak bisa.
Yes, please.
Baik, terima kasih. Kalau pemahaman saya aja ya, Bu Yufi gitu. Masalah dari deep learning itu yang pertama ya tentu saja dari gurunya. Ya, jadi gurunya pemahaman tentang deep learningnya mungkin masih di permukaan, sehingga ketika mengaplikasikan ya masih sulit. Gitu. Terus kemudian masalah lain itu keterbatasan pengetahuan terkait materi yang diampunya, misalkan fisikanya. Jadi guru itu kan emang harus terus-terusan belajar ya, tapi ada kalanya itu terbatas untuk membelajarkan materi tertentu. Nah mungkin itu dua di antara masalah tentang deep learning. Terima kasih.
Okay, yeah. Nah, could you please translate? So here I come from the physics education teacher. So mainly the problem is coming from the teacher. So the teacher has lack of time to have a deep learning for themselves. So they don't have so much time to learn about the concept in physics, especially because they have so many tasks to do administratively. So yeah, that's the main problem, how to build the deep learning itself. Okay, so maybe you can give your thought about that.
Yeah, I totally agree, and this is indeed, now we're not talking about the students themselves anymore, right? Because in principle the students are there and say, okay, teacher, I mean, show me or tell me, and I'm here, and if you tell me one thing, I'll do one thing. If you tell me, so what you're saying now is a crucial structural problem, that it is indeed, we need time, it is demanding for the teachers to focus on deep learning or teaching towards deep learning. So we are here in a faculty or in several departments that train teachers, educate teachers, and we as a community need to fight for this time, because this time is precious and it is important. I fully understand and recognize that if you don't have time, you will do surface learning, because surface learning is much easier as a process for a teacher. If you only know, if you have 5 minutes to prepare something, you look at one problem, you solve that in the blackboard, and you ask your students to solve 3 similar problems. You change the values, you change a little bit, and then you put that in the exam, and then it's much easier. So you need to fight, you need to argue as a community that you need this time. People from above cannot ask you to focus on deep learning and not give you the conditions for you to, study yourself and prepare yourself to focus on the teaching of deep learning. So I'm coming from outside, and I'm kind of saying, Minister of Education, and all these people that kind of, decide how much time you have to prepare your lesson. They need to understand that you need much more time if they want you to focus on deep learning. So I fully agree. There's no solution to that. If you don't have time, you do surface learning, and that's
Do surface learning. Okay.
Yeah.
So it means, is it okay to do the surface learning? Jadi belajarnya di permukaan aja ya. Balik lagi ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ini mau ngucapin selamat datang dulu nih Bapak Ibu dari Fisika. Terima kasih. Terus, okay, Bu Septi, is it okay if we just like go around and then see what they're saying about the deep learning, right?
Okay, Bu.
Okay, so
We still have 7 minutes for discussion.
Okay.
So we should
Yeah.
discuss.
Thank you so much. So we already hear from physics teacher here, and also we are going to hear from biology teacher. So Bu, please Bapak assist your teacher. Biologi udah ya? Oh, kimia yang belum. Oke, aku melangkah ke kimia. Biologi sudah, terima kasih loh biologi, tepuk tangan dong. Makasih ya Bu pertanyaannya Bu ya. Tapi sudah dapat jawabannya Bu? Oke, alhamdulillah. Tapi biologi surface learning juga nggak? Oh, middle ya. Oh, motivationnya kurang. Tapi masalah motivationnya dari apa? Kalau dari fisika kan gurunya lack of time, sibuk banget ya kayaknya fisika ya. Ini struktural semua nih kayaknya. Kalau biologi masalah motivasinya lebih ke, oh iya, karena kenapa tuh student motivationnya tuh low? Kenapa biasanya? Oh okay. So from biology they have lack of motivation because they don't want to think. The student don't want to think deeper, so that's why they have like motivation to do the deep learning. Yeah. So, what do you think about that?
No, I understand. That's why I'm also pointing. This is a bigger structural problem that we are seeing in many countries in the world, and people kind of blame, all these technologies. I mean, they're not all bad, of course, but we've learn to get quick answers to everything, and by the time you need to stop and think, it's too demanding.
Yeah.
So it's a bigger thing that we are all part of, and we need to I see a movement of kind of understanding that this has problem and fighting back, you know, not allowing mobile phones in the classroom and all of that, so that, but I know this is a big challenge, and it's not only the teacher's task, it has to be a whole society.
Ya, thank you. So mungkin lebih ke joyfulnya ya. Jadi lack of motivation and then our task to make it more joyful. Bikin joyful mungkin lewat media ya, ya salah satunya. Oke, terima kasih biology teacher, and then we go to science, natural science teacher. Ini dari Pandeglang ya Bapak Ibu. Pandeglang, Kota Serang dan Kabupaten Serang. Oke, nah ini langsung aja kayaknya diskusi yang tadi ya. Tadi kan ada worksheet ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, bagaimana masalah yang dihadapi tentang deep learning itu sendiri? Boleh dari IPA, silahkan. Oke. Ibu Nova. Boleh ya. Oke, saya assist moderatornya nih, asistennya.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Pakai bahasa Arab? Enggak. Pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya Bu. Takut Ibu Mr. Karam ke Denmark soalnya. Jadi kalau sependek yang saya pahami tentang deep learning, jadi masalah kami ya, tadi sempat diskusi sedikit, adalah meskipun merdeka belajar ditetapkan gitu, tapi pada kenyataannya di sekolah saya, kurang tahu ya kalau sekolah Bapak Ibu, kalau di sekolah saya ketika ingin menaikkan siswa, meluluskan siswa, itu kami juga tetap dipatok siswa memiliki nilai tertentu. Nah itu. Terus yang kedua adalah jumlah materi, di mana materi itu kita kalau pengen deep learning bisa, tapi kayaknya hanya kekejar 1-2 materi ya. Nah, sedangkan target materi itu banyak. Meskipun tadi balik lagi, merdeka belajar itu katanya harusnya sih bisa disesuaikan ya Ibu gitu. Tapi di lapangan itu memang kami terbatas untuk mengaplikasikannya. Gitu. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih Bu Nova. So Bu Nova is one of the representative from natural science. She said that there are two things, two things from the problem that they can share. The first one, the topic is too many in science curriculum. That's also become the problem, right? Yeah. So even though, actually, they really want to choose. For example, 1 or 2 topic, but in the curriculum it must be taught for all of the topic. So it's become the problem. Harus diajarin semua ya, Bu. Okay. Karena because when they do the national exam, they will be assignment for all of the topic. So that's the problem. Or maybe so the second problem is about there will be also the minimum or the minimum score for the student that they have to pass. So if the student cannot achieve that score, so the teacher have to do so much effort to make the student achieve that certain score. Skornya berapa sih Bu? Okay, the standard score is 75. So like every teacher have to do a lot of effort to make the student to achieve that score. Yeah. So that's the problem. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see if it works. Thank you. The first I already pointed is a constant fight that you as a community need to really fight this fight against overloading of content in the curriculum. This one works, but it has a little bit of microphony, and the other one goes up and down. So indeed, the first two great points, okay? The first, you again as a community need to fight to get away from this content-focused curriculum and go more into skills and competencies and reasoning, and the specific topics are not that important. The second thing is about assessment, and is also a structural problem. It's much more difficult to assess deep learning than to assess surface learning. Surface learning is easy to assess You give them a problem, and if they can solve it, it's correct. If they can't, it's wrong, and you grade it, and that's it. Deep learning is more challenging, and it involves other kinds of ways to assess. You know, the student can present something, and you can engage in a discussion, and I know it becomes much more challenging to think about these big standard national exams. So it is almost incompatible. And again, we need to fight back. So you cannot ask for deep learning as an institution who's kind of deciding and guiding how education should be done in this country, and at the same time demand scores of standardized tests that are basically kind of like, you know, the goal is to learn how to solve these problems to get a better grade. So those things, they are related. So we need to rethink how we assess, and I would say broadly put less emphasis. I understand the purpose of these big assessments. People, I mean, it's a huge country. In any country, it doesn't matter the size actually. You want to know how things are going, right? You want to get a feeling for it. And that's okay, but by the time this becomes the ultimate goal, that will only lead to surface learning, that will only lead to teach to the test, and what matters is the grade. But then again, the person can solve the problem, you ask them one simple conceptual question, they can't. So it's a challenge to formulate or reformulate these exams as well, but I would put it out there. If it's a written multiple choice, it's very, very also difficult to assess deep conceptual learning. There are some good examples. So it's a matter of the persons designing this test to also focus on that and work and rework.
Iya.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor. So mungkin Bapak Ibu kita harus milih yang harus deep learning konsep mana aja. Nah mungkin gitu ya. Tapi yang surface learning yang mana aja, sehingga tuntutan kurikulum tetap bisa. Tapi at least Okay. Nah, now it's time. We still have like 5 minutes more. Kita masih punya 5 menit lagi dan kita bakal dengar dari chemistry and math. Nah, sekarang dari math dulu. Oke, silakan Ibu.
Teman-teman mohon izin ya. Baik. We are from math teacher. I want to tell you. Not all of our students like about math. So whatever we say, oh mom, what are you talking about? I don't know about numbers, something like that. So she will.
Halo.
Yes.
Ini baterainya bermasalah nih. Okay. So what Ibu Erna over here, one of the math teacher. So she said that not of the student like.
No.
Sometimes the teacher, if you.
I see. Yes, I know. I think there are two levels to that. One is a normal understanding that not everyone will be passionate about math, and that's okay. The society needs many other skills, and we don't need to have every single student loving math. Okay, that's not a realistic goal, and that's probably not a productive goal. So it's totally fine to have students that don't like or don't appreciate. This is one level of the answer, but there's, I think, another one which is a deeper one, which is a societal image of mathematics, which is a fear of mathematics, which is something that is, I'm afraid of numbers. I'm not a numbers person, and that comes, that this is more structural. This comes at an early age, maybe from the family, maybe from the society. That's something that we need to fight for from a very early age. Like when to me, the important is the first contact with math being something joyful, being something reasonable, being something that makes sense, instead of again being this thing, okay, memorize this rule and blah 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 blah, blah, right? So again, easier said than done, but the other dimension to that is this knee-jerk reaction to math. No, that's not for me. I'm afraid of math. I'm not a math person, and I don't, right? This has a deeper root that we need to fight against, and that is the very early ages of math. Cannot be this monster. Math has to be, much more interesting.
Okay, last group here from chemistry education group. Excuse me, we have the group leader over here. This is Pak Robi's wife. Okay, no. Ya, silakan Bu Ayu.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Ricardo, from the insightful explanation before. So we are discussed. We have two questions here. The first one, we know as chemistry teacher, the topic in chemistry, a lot of mostly the topic is abstract. So we cannot see the reaction between A plus B. So we just write it in symbolic. So it's challenging for us to make it to find the conceptual things from the topic. So how to make it deep learning from the abstract things in chemistry? That's the first one.
Yeah, maybe I can take the first one. I don't know. Do you want to ask the two? And
the second one is about the joyful thing. We are in chemistry, the teachers here, we discussed before, we make our lesson joyful. For example, to make them happy in our class. And then, but at the end, we just think about they don't really get it. I mean, they just happy to learn with us. But about the content itself, they really get it or no, I don't know. So it just solve the problem in joyful way. So is it enough in joyful thing in deep learning, just like that? So thank you so much.
Thank you. Through two great questions.
Okay, do you want to answer those two questions first? We still have one question, right, Mister?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a chemistry teacher. My name is Budiman. I have interest questions before term deep learning on educations. Any term deep learning in artificial intelligence. Deep learning on machine learning. is right. Uh, for the summary, deep learning can use evaluate and process the information without joyful things. Okay, my questions, how do you think about deep learning on human beings? On human beings, because my teacher is not joyful things, but I can still gain knowledge. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So actually, Bapak apa tadi? Bapak siapa Pak? Pak Budi. Mr. Budi over here said that actually his previous teacher not teaching in joyful teaching, but he get the knowledge. Why is that so? And the second one, there is deep learning term in AI. So what do you think about that? So yeah, so that's all the question. Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you for those. Let's take the joyful part. I fully agree that it cannot be only about enjoying themselves and having fun and laughing and having a good time while learning something. If I understand, the way I see joyful as part of deep learning is joyful about learning, right? So if they're disconnected, I would take the joyful part out and just keep the meaningful, because it can, as you said, it can be very serious. You as a teacher, you don't have to entertain your students. You're not a clown or an artist or something, right? So of course you want to create a pleasant environment, and of course you want to foster the pleasure of curiosity, of finding things out, the pleasure of knowing. But this is, the classroom is not a circus. You're not there to entertain them. And I would say often this can be something that is focused, and then the concepts are left aside. Then I would say forget about joyful then. It's a bit too extreme, but I'm fully on your side on this. I'm familiar with the fact that deep learning, I don't feel myself an expert to make the connection between what deep learning means in machines and how that would be the case in humans and comparing. But what I could say is that we cannot ignore the era that we live right now, which is an era of very accessible artificial intelligence, and we need to face that and use that in the best way possible. So I'm just saying, just putting it out there, I'm much more in favor of using the tools than forbidding them to use the tools. This is another kind of challenge. So will you let your students use AI, I don't know, the classic ChatGPT in your assessment? I think we should, because that puts a challenge in our development of assessments, because otherwise if a machine can answer all our questions, then we may not need really humans in the future, and we want to fight that, right? That cannot be the case. We program them. So I'm just saying, maybe there's a deeper technical discussion to have in terms of deep learning as a term in machine learning and what we mean by this now. So I fully agree, I'm just acknowledging that. The very first question is also great and is very important for chemistry. It is also for physics, but I think it's crucial for chemistry. So let me put it this way. We often teach the models, the reactions, the carbon chains, and all of that, as if those things were obvious. I'm putting this very broadly. We need to teach the students or put them in a situation where they and we as instructors can build models. We need to look at phenomena, and we need to allow them to reason and build their own models. So I would say we need to talk explicitly to them about science as a modeling process. So we can't say, well, this reaction is like this, and then you're explaining things and they're like, wow, but I don't see these things. You have to be explicit about, you're not going to see these things. This is a representation of something. This is how far we can actually see it. The other is how we think about this. And we need to be explicit, and I would say we need to give chance to the students also to come up with their own models. Even if they are completely wrong and crazy, but they will understand that this is a scientific enterprise, is a modeling enterprise, and we often just present the models as if they were trivial or true. And that's something that we need to work on as well. And that's certainly part of deep learning. Yeah, I think.
Check. Yeah, thank you, Ricardo, and all of the teacher. Thank you also, Bu Yufi, to assist me. All right, Bapak Ibu. Previously, we hear the problem from the teacher that emphasized in student motivation and engagement. And now I open the questions and answer session for the lecturer, who will ask something about the deep learning. Okay, okay. Mike, please.
Check. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ricardo, for your session. I really enlightened by your presentation. One thing I want to ask about is our challenge in lecture, especially. I find myself difficult to ask or to engage them to deep learning, because we know that in Gen Z or Alpha, they get to use like a very short memory, like watching TikTok or something else. So it's very challenging to attain their focus and attain their engagement to our lesson. So I wanna ask you, is it possible to do deep learning in short way or short term? Because I find myself difficult if I use some videos, for example. If only maybe watching for 1 minute or 2 minutes, they're getting bored. So it's really challenging to go through the every layers of our topics and getting through deep. So is it possible to do it in short way or the simplest way? Thank you.
I don't know. I don't think it is, actually. I think it's an either or. I think it's a two, so we need to be faced with the challenge. It has to be some kind of slap in the face, and we need to understand that science is demanding. I mean, coming up with these things, when you look at history, it took us kind of hundreds of years thinking about these things. So I know it's a compromise, and I understand that. I also do that. When I, for instance, ask my students to read original sources, I try to keep it to a front and back, like 2-page. And often that's already too much, because it's also very dense sometimes, like the original source is dense to read. But I also try if I have a video, I try to keep it to 4 or 5 minutes, not longer. So we are making a compromise, and we understand that this generation has a completely different way to think and read. So we make compromise, but we can't go that far. So at some point we kind of maybe need to address the fact that, so it is one or the other, and kind of try to, I know it's a difficult fight to fight, because they, it's so accessible, right? And they're so used to that. But I think I would say we need to keep fighting, and to keep explaining that, major breakthroughs, things that we achieved, even to develop these things, they are demanding. They do take time, and you need that time. You can't. I think that's kind of it. You can't think that you will do everything all the time, and that it's either that or that other. I'm sympathizing to a problem. I can relate to that, And I think we need to address that explicitly with our students, with the parents, with society as a whole. Because, yeah, it isn't either or. And I'm sorry if I don't have a quick solution, quick fix. I don't think there is.
Yeah, it should be difficult for us actually to do the deep learning in every layer of learning process. Alright, Bapak Ibu, one more question from the lecture. Anyone?
Yes, one more question from the lectures. Okay.
Who will be asked? Maybe Parobi, Wika,
Ya,
Bu
tadi
Ade.
sisi kiri lah sekarang ya. Dari
Okay.
math. Bu Oci.
Go ahead, Boshi. Before.
Okay.
Penelitian.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you for the chance to speak to you, Mr. Dr. Ricardo. It's really honor to speak directly to you. I'm from the Language Center and International Office of Untirta, and actually I'm the English tutor too. So I want to share my experience about the deep learning itself. The deep learning itself, I think accidentally I used the deep learning because there is a feedback coming from my students that my students didn't understand any ways of the material I deliver to them. Like they really don't understand why I use that explanation to them. So that's why I asked to them what's their needs. What they need and what they need to do in order to understand the materials that I given to them. So they were answered with please explain the concept, more of the deep concept, because if we truly understand or understood the concept itself, we can handle every questions or we can handle every problems that related towards the subject itself. So in the next day, in the next meeting of my lesson, I try to understand more towards the concept itself, and then I try to practice towards the audience in my house, towards my family, that how about I deliver the subject if you all understand or not. So fortunately, my way of teaching is changed because of the needs of the student itself. So when I back to the lesson to teach my students, my students finally understand what is the concept, what is the fully understood the concept of the grammar. Yeah, I was the English teacher. The concept of the grammar of the tenses itself. So they can answer every question related towards the subject itself. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if I understand, you're sharing with us a successful experience by addressing explicitly with your students what should be the goal, the learning goals,
what they need,
right? And this is a very valid point. Sometimes we leave that implicit. Oh, we are just learning. I always come with physics example. We're just Newton's laws because we have to learn Newton's laws. Okay? No, we don't. So if we are explicit about why we learn this, I think they will see the purpose and will be motivated. So I think you're giving a good example of that. If I understood, you tell them and you even discuss with them what is it that they should learn. They want to be fluent in English, right? They really, deep learning is kind of being fluent, be thinking in English, being, right? So thank you. I think you're sharing a positive experience.
Thank you. Yes. Ya, Bapak Ibu, ini ada masukan juga dari depan ya. Pengalaman berhasil, successful experience, how to apply deep learning. Kalau dari sebelah sini berasal dari kebutuhan siswa. Jadi dikasih tahu tuh learning goals, manfaatnya apa dulu gitu ya. Udah di-share manfaatnya ke siswa, nah siswa jadi termotivasi. Nah, jadi itu bisa jadi salah satu pilihan ya untuk membuat atau melaksanakan deep learning di kelas gitu. Oke, so waktu untuk discussion is done ya. So sekarang Bapak Ibu mohon izin kita menyimak pemaparan dari Ibu Septi sebagai wakil dari Science Education major. Jadi kan Science Education di FKIP ini ada Matematika, Fisika, Kimia, Biologi, dan IPA ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi Bu Septi akan mempresentasikan masalah di Mafiki BIPA ini seperti apa sih gitu loh. Jadi kita dalam melatih guru-guru atau calon guru juga punya masalah Bapak Ibu. Nah, apakah itu relate dengan yang Bapak Ibu temukan di lapangan? Nah, mari kita simak presentasi dari Ibu Septi. Silakan Bu Septi.
Alright, Bapak Ibu, let's come around to the curriculum overview in Mafiki BIPA. So overall, the purpose of our curriculum is to build the future teacher that have the character Jawara and also the global competence and the understanding of local wisdom. We will serve one by one. Next, for the Matematika education, next, their purpose or vision is next, Mas Trihna, having a prospective educator to have a superior character and competitive. Next, and they develop into their teaching into 4 major group and development of learning design, innovative learning method, mathematical learning, and media. Next, and the challenge from the mathematics is the improvement are needed, especially in speaking in English, so that they have an issue to communicate in bilingual and serve in English, so because they have to have the global competency. Next, so that they try to collaborate with internal and external institutions and try to have the learning process in English separately. Next, for the basic education, their vision is developing physics, especially related with sustainable education research, and integrated the learning innovation by advanced learning green physics. Next, they divided their teaching and learning major to 6 areas. The first one is fundamental physics, mathematics for physics, methodology, practicum and experiment, research and publication, and lastly, character building and entrepreneurship. Next, the major challenge is how the alumni has to master the content before they teach to the student. Next, so that the physics department have various form in teaching and learning. And also for the chemistry education, their vision is next, developing a theoretical and practical knowledge, emphasizing in chemistry and based on information technology and also the sustainability core. Next, their core in teaching and learning is innovation to sustainable chemistry learning, innovation for the chemistry learning based on information technology and application of advanced chemistry. Next, they have a challenge about the limitation complete laboratory supplies to provide them in curriculum and experiment process. Next, so that their solution for now is developing an infrastructure and then do the training and capacity building for the lecturer and laboratory assistant, and also they collab to other universities and research institution. Next, lastly, the second last, biology education. Their scientific vision is developing excellent biological education science oriented to local wisdom. Next. And they compile their study into 6 groups: education, botany, zoology, microbiology, and conservation ecology. They have a challenge like, next, the adaptive biological practical and developing the meaningful and also applicable biology in the real world, so that they develop a practical implication during teaching and learning process, and also integrating biology material with a various kind of content. And lastly, the science education. The fun fact is we only developed yesterday, right before I meet Ricardo. So our vision is emphasizing in local wisdom, sustainability, and STEM-based framework, so that we develop a prospective educator that have globally competitive for 2030. Next. Next, Mas Tresna. Okay, the teaching component of our department is fundamental science, mathematics for science, ethnoscience, STEM teaching and learning, STEM experiment and practical management, research and publication, and lastly, character building and entrepreneurship. Our challenge, unfortunately, but the biggest challenge is lack of established ethno-STEM framework outside, so that we have to learn a lot about ethno-STEM and how to apply it in teaching and learning. Next. So we also try to improve the STEM application into the teaching and learning process, so that we can prepare the future teacher that have the sufficient knowledge about the STEM framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please give a bigger round of applause to Ibu Septi. But I think Bu Septi, in short sentence, what is the main problem? For example, from math, dalam bahasanya seperti apa? Masalah yang dihadapi oleh math, kayaknya kajur math ya yang bisa share.
Aku share.
Iya, biar di belakangnya. Oh, ibu deh, ibu ya. Oke. Di math itu biasanya problemnya apa, Bu? Jadi kita dengar dari kajurnya juga ya. In bahasa, Bu.
Problem di alumni. Ya, terima kasih Bu Yuvita. Saya izin pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, biar takut keliru nanti. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Kalau di kegiatan matematik untuk mempersiapkan calon guru matematik, salah satunya itu yaitu tadi mungkin karena orang-orang matematik ini lebih banyak ketekunan dan ulet ya, jadi komunikasinya itu mungkin harus perlu ditingkatkan lagi ya. Terutama juga komunikasi tadi mempersiapkan di bergaul secara global ya, misalnya komunikasi dalam bahasa Inggris. Kalau untuk kemauan, ide, critical thinking, ulet dan sebagainya, inovasi sih sudah bagus ya,
Itu sih mungkin Bu. Kalau kolaboratif juga sudah bagus sih kerjasama itu. Mungkin konten materi juga harus diperkuat ya. Konten materi ya, karena kita tahu ya namanya yang masuk ke FKIP banyak minati sama yang nilainya bagus waktu saat di SMA ya. Mereka kan kalau yang cenderung kalau yang lulusan SMA itu yang bagus-bagus itu kan pengennya ke non keguruan ya. Nah kalau keguruan mungkin yang ya dari dulu seperti itulah diketahui ya. Kecuali kalau memang yang berminat sangat interest banget ya dengan education, kemudian dia powernya bagus, basicnya bagus ya, ada juga ya yang bagus juga ya. Itu sih mungkin Bu. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu. Oke, Bapak Ibu, ternyata dari math sendiri problem masalah utamanya adalah di komunikasi ya, Bapak Ibu. Setuju Bapak Ibu? Setuju ya? Oke, so Ricardo, this ma'am over here, she is the head of Department of Mathematics Education. She said that the main problem in math education in preparing mathematics teacher is science communication skill. Communication skill, that's the main problem. How the teacher can communicate the concept. So that's the problem from mathematics. Okay, so you want to give a comment about that first?
Yes, maybe just a question back before it's too much. I'm curious about the perception that the English skills are so needed in the mathematics. I would like to understand why. I mean, can't they learn to reason mathematically in their own language? I don't understand why English is so important for their mathematical understanding. Just maybe a clarification.
Yes, okay. Kenapa bahasa Inggris itu menjadi utama menjadi masalah utama di matematika, Bu? Soalnya kan kalau ngajarin konsep kan bagusnya pakai bahasa ibu kan gitu loh. Kenapa itu menjadi concern utama dari matematika gitu?
Sebenarnya nggak terlalu concern utama di bahasa Inggris. Memang kami di sini kan ingin juga mempersiapkan guru-guru matematika yang bisa mengajar di sekolah-sekolah internasional. Jadi di sini kami juga ada beberapa mata kuliah yang terkait dengan itu ya, terkait dengan matematik apa Bu Uci di mata kuliah matematika dengan berbahasa Inggris itu ada kita ya di sini ya. Pembelajaran matematika dalam bahasa Inggris itu ada salah satu mata kuliah itu untuk mempersiapkan mereka itu bisa mengajar di sekolah-sekolah internasional. Jadi itu mungkin kita lihatnya dari sisi itunya, Mister. Ya, dari sisi itunya yang mana anak-anak di situ memang belum mampu di situ. Walaupun memang kita menekannya pakai pembelajarannya bahasa Indonesia ya, bahasa ibu ya. Mungkin juga kelemahannya anak-anak kita itu mungkin gini. Tadi kalau pembelajaran deep learning itu kan pembelajaran yang meaningful, joyful learning dan sebagainya ya. Pembelajaran bermakna. Kalau kami pahami itu kan belajar bermakna itu sampai kapanpun dia bisa mampu memahami dengan bahasanya sendiri dalam memahami suatu konsep. Misalnya tentang peluang, ya, tentang peluang, tentang dia memahami apa itu artinya peluang, bukan hafalan. Terus bagaimana menemukan rumus keliling lingkaran, nilai pi. Dia tahu, paham gitu. Dia nggak hafalan. Jadi kalau hafalan kan ingatnya cuma sementara ya. Besok lupa lagi, tapi kalau meaningful itu kan dia bermakna, biar kapanpun dia nanti dia saya ingat waktu itu. Nah, yang saya mau tanyakan itu mungkin misternya tahu nggak? Saya ingin minta saran model-model atau metode apa sih yang bisa mengembangkan deep learning. Kalau kami kan bisa menyarankan, kami masih berpikirnya seperti tadi discovery learning, project based learning, inquiry learning atau contextual teaching and learning gitu kan. Nah itu mungkin kalau di Copenhagen University atau di Denmark, di Eropa itu deep learning itu sebenarnya ada nggak sih model pembelajaran khusus yang mencirikan deep learning gitu ya. Oke, itu kasih.
Okay, just want to make clear. The first one, why they want their pre-service teacher want to have to be able to talk in English or can say or can explain the math concept in English, because they prepare the teacher to can teach in international school. Yeah, so that's why they make one of the course that prepare the teacher to make them able to teach in math in English.
No, okay, I understand. I would just think that's the task of someone else, not the mathematics education department. But maybe that's just my take on it. Of course, there are specific things of learning to think mathematics in English that you may not learn in a normal English language course. But I'm just saying that it doesn't seem to me that this should be a task of the mathematics education department.
No. Okay.
And also, when we are thinking in another language, often the whole mathematics, not the whole, but some of the things can be different as well. So it can be too many things. It was just a curiosity for me. I think when I think of the key goals of a mathematics education department, would be more focused on the deep understanding of the mathematics, and not necessarily, but I understand it's a demand, but I think that demand should be somewhere else, not in the mathematics education department.
So what they are done here, they put the concept in Indonesia, in Bahasa first, make sure the pre-service math teacher understand about the concept, and after that, they teach how to explain the concept in English. So that's basically what they're doing. That's the first main thing. The second one, she asked about, is it any strategy in learning to conducting deep learning in math? Is it any strategic lesson plan, for example?
There are many strategies and methodologies. I think math is probably the discipline that lends itself more to deep learning, because I think the examples that I showed, they were very simple examples that I showed in my presentation. But I think math, you can all the time question this. It's the purest science, so you can really understand where things come from.
So usually they develop like project-based learning, problem-based learning.
Yes.
So any the others methodology that they can take into account to teach the pre-service math teacher here.
Yes. I mean, we in Copenhagen used a lot the French model just because of an particular influence, and TDS model, theory of didactical situations, or things like that. They are actually emerged in math education. So it's something like that. They start with some kind of game or problem where they're playing with it, and then they slowly try to make sense or kind of try to predict something mathematically from playing. There are some concrete examples of that. So we in Copenhagen and Carl use the French tradition,
Bu, salah satu metodologi yang dilaksanakan di Copenhagen itu adalah TDS. TDS acronym for what is it? Oh, theory of didactic. S for science. Oh, theory didactic of situation. There is ada grup research juga Matematika, nama metodenya itu TDS. Theory didactic of situation. Maybe you can make a communication through email after this. Okay, Bu Septi, the time is up.
There is still 30 minutes.
3 minutes.
30
minutes. Okay, so we continue. Kita sudah mendengar masalah dari matematika, berarti science communication ya, Bapak Ibu, masalahnya gitu. Ya, kita sama-sama kerja bareng ya untuk itu. Nah, sekarang from science, natural science, kita langsung dengar dari kajurnya. Tadi masalahnya dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Kalau dalam bahasa Indonesianya apa? Bapak Ibu dari IPA mana? Ini kepala sukunya di sini ya. Tepuk tangannya dong, dari tadi agak dingin ya. Udah kedinginan ya. Ntar lagi kita buka puasa. Enggak deh. Oh iya. Ayo Teh, silakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Speak English-nya jangan, belepotan. Oke. Saya lebih mahir berbahasa Sunda, bahasa ibu saya pakai gitu ya. Oke, baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu. Mudah-mudahan dalam suasana saumnya jam segini nih sebetulnya bentrok ya. Bentrok sama apa? Dengan AC perut kosong berasa banget kalau saya rasa gitu ya. Oke, baik. Permasalahan yang ada di program studi pendidikan IPA, sebetulnya pendidikan IPA ini juga belum lama berdiri gitu ya, Bu Yufi, teman-teman, Mister. Kami mendapatkan SDM di awal itu untuk pendidikan IPA bukan dari pendidikan IPA murni gitu ya, bukan dari pendidikan IPA langsung, tetapi mungkin bisa dilihat Bu Iing ini adalah anak-anak biologi, alumninya biologi gitu loh ya, yang mereka berekspansi. Mereka awalnya dari biologi berekspansi ke pendidikan IPA, ke IPA-annya gitu. Tapi ternyata mereka punya kemampuan hebat yang akhirnya walaupun mungkin akarnya biologi atau akarnya yang dari fisika gitu ya, pada saat masuk ke IPA itu semua bidang ilmu sains harus dikuasai. Jadi akhirnya nanti jadi fisika biologi atau enggak biologi fisika gitu ya, kimia, ilmu kebumiannya, IPBA-nya itu harus jadi satu. Sehingga sebetulnya permasalahan yang mendasar kenapa guru-guru ini menjadi bermasalah pada saat pembelajaran adalah tadi basic keilmuannya, pola berpikirnya yang belum sampai untuk mengajarkan semua materi yang ada di dalam sains gitu. Karena kan mungkin Bapak Ibu dengan bidang keilmuan yang berbeda-beda itu kita membutuhkan pola berpikir yang berbeda gitu. Jangankan beda bidang keilmuan, kalau saya merasa dulu saya basicnya sama nih dengan Bapak Ibu guru yang di belakang. Saya juga dulu dari biologi, bukan dari pendidikan IPA. Kita di saat belajar taksonomi, belajar fisiologi, belajar genetika, itu kita membutuhkan satu pola yang berbeda untuk menguasainya gitu. Nah, akhirnya dengan keragaman tadi, ini menjadi tantangan kami bagaimana menghasilkan guru IPA hari ini yang bisa mengcover dari semuanya. Sekarang dengan adanya STEM ini merupakan satu jalan keluar bagi kami sebetulnya gitu ya. Di saat kita membawa STEM, membawa Sains, Teknologi, Engineering, dan Matematik, mengharapkan guru-guru itu bisa berpikir secara holistik, bisa memadukan berbagai materi tadi dan akhirnya bisa mengembangkan pola berpikir siswa kita di pendidikan menengah dasar atau di SMP gitu ya. Nah, harapannya dengan STEM ini itu yang kita bawa. Jadi pola berpikir yang dikembangkan menjadi lebih aplikatif karena kalau kita lihat lagi juga anak SMP ini kan perubahan pola berpikirnya belum berpikir secara formal normal gitu ya. Tapi dia masih peralihan yang dari kontekstual harus kontekstual ke baru berpikir yang formalnya. Nah, kemudian dengan dibawanya Ethnoscience di dalam STEM kami mengharapkan kita belajar lebih kontekstual, kita belajar lebih mengenal lingkungan kita. Mungkin suatu saat kita bisa pergi ke Copenhagen, tempatnya Bu Yufi sekolah dulu di sana gitu ya. Tetapi sebelum mengenal ke sana, harapan kami adalah anak-anak kami juga mengenal lingkungannya jauh lebih baik lagi gitu. Mungkin itu permasalahannya dan harapannya dengan adanya Ethnostem itu di pendidikan IPA bisa menjadi jembatan untuk kita maju bersama dan pola berpikirnya bisa dikembangkan. Terima kasih.
Okay, so this is Ibu Ade. She is the head of Department of Natural Science in this faculty, and she talked about the problem that they face to generate a natural science teacher. They said that majority the students coming from, majority the teachers coming from others background. For example, they come from a biology department, biology background, but when they get into the natural science, they have to teach all, which are biology, physics, chemistry, but in junior high school level. But they have to master it all for the junior high school level. So it becomes the problem for them to master all of those aspects, and they have difficulties how to teach the science because their background is not from physics, they're not from chemistry, but they have to teach about that even though in elementary level. Yeah, so but Bu Ade said that they actually already find the solution to put the STEM. Maybe you heard about that, STEM. So they try to apply STEM in their curriculum, and yeah, they are in progress right now, and hopefully by implementing STEM, they can find a solution. Yeah, so what do you think about that?
I think this is I recognize the problem. This is a common problem, especially when teaching natural sciences for elementary level, you know, for the pupils. And then, okay, where are you going to focus? Is it going to be more biology, more physics, more chemistry? Or so I recognize the problem. It is a problem also worldwide. I think we need to understand that at this age, we need to focus on motivation and curiosity, and wonder of science. And we don't need to be focused too much on the specific technical or conceptual details of physics or chemistry. So I think we have to make them experience. It has to be a very experimental, very inquiry based, investigative, and they just need to be. Yeah, you need to spark this flame on them, and not worry so much about how many concepts they're learning. That's not the goal there. So I don't worry so much about the lack of physics background in that sense, because I think we need to think or rethink. I would argue that maybe a little bit of a more biological approach, then a little bit of a physics, playing around, I don't know, with motion or trying some things, a little bit of chemistry, but at a very basic level where the goal is more to motivate them. I was curious about that when I saw your curriculum. I always say this fundamental of science. I also wanted to ask the question back: what exactly do you put there
for science education?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. She said.
And then another thing I'm curious about is the ethnoscience part.
Oh, ethnoscience. Okay.
If you could say a little bit about that, because this is a huge thing, and I wonder if you could tell. I'm curious in learning a little bit more about what ethnoscience means to you and how important it is here.
Yeah. Okay. So, what was the first one? Sorry.
No problem. It's good. In the morning.
I'm getting out of my focus right now.
No.
The first one is
the first.
Oh, fundamental. Yeah. Fundamental science, right?
The first call, just to go a little bit from this content or concept.
Okay. Is it fundamental science that you're talking?
No, that was just the first thing that I said in the answer, that I don't think we need to worry too much about the specific areas.
Okay.
In that age, it's more to make them curious about science. They wonder of science, and that's more important at that age.
Yes.
Really, what is fundamental science in the curriculum, and how are you dealing with the ethnoscience part?
Okay, that's good aspect actually. Teteh, kok teteh sih ya, kebiasaan ya, Bu Ade. Fundamental science yang dimaksud di kurikulum IPA itu apa? Terus juga ethnoscience di sini tuh apa? Mau tahu tentang itu?
Oke, baik. Fundamental science yang ada di IPA itu kami mengcover dari rumpun biologi, fisika, kimia, dan IPBA. Nah, gitu ya. Itu yang fundamentalnya. Jadi kami memberikan materi-materi dasar sebetulnya ya, dasar dan pengembangan sesuai kebutuhan yang ada di SMP. Nah, itu ya gitu. Jadi gurunya disiapkan untuk materi ke sana. Kemudian yang terkait ethnoscience yang kita ambil di sini adalah kearifan lokal, sumber daya alam maupun sumber daya manusia yang ada di Banten yang dijadikan sebagai bahan kajian di dalam pembelajaran. Sehingga nanti pembelajarannya sifatnya lebih kontekstual sesuai dengan lingkungan daripada mahasiswa itu berada gitu.
So fundamental science is more like how to take the lesson from chemistry, from physics, from biology, so it can be embedded to natural science pre-service teachers. But I think they put it into together, but only from surface, but it enough to put the concept to the natural science teachers, right? So that's about the fundamental science. What does it mean by fundamental science? The second one, Ethnoscience, is they put the local wisdom to make the lessons. For example, we can learn from the environment, how people take care of the environment, so they put that into the learning lesson, they make into the module, so they give that module to the student, so the student learn from the natures. So that's why the science lesson become contextual. Yeah.
No, so yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So do you get what I mean? No, not really.
Not
So-
pragmatic, not practically.
Yes, may I add something? Yeah, because ethnoscience actually my expertise. When I was studying my PhD, I researched about this kind of thing. So basically, ethnoscience has some different names, like traditional knowledge, or indigenous knowledge, or indigenous science, which is the science come from the traditional tribes or traditional culture from Indonesia. Like we learn about traditional medicines. We call it jamu. Jamu is a local wisdom of us, and we try to collect the information about this traditional knowledge, which is basically come from our traditional traditions in Indonesia, and we try to explore the science behind it and to give it to the students, so they are not only learn about the science, but also about the culture itself, about the philosophy behind these things, and it's come from the root of our culture. So that's why it's more contextual. I also write an article in Science and Education journal actually about this kind of literature review about indigenous science. Maybe I will share to you if you are interested.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's a very important and valid issue. Also for identity building, right? If you're only teaching Western European science, I relate that, although Brazil is a mixture of things, but you feel it's something done very far away for people somewhere else, right? So there is this aspect which is important, but it's also challenging, right? Because there's a lot of other set of, I don't know, methods even, right? Values and how you deal with that. I think from your explanation, I think you're doing a great job here by acknowledging the existence and comparing. But I've been seeing this going a little bit too far in other places where it's put in a quote, it's just a matter of, there's a lot of other kinds of discourse that come that I worry a bit, but that's another discussion. Well, from what you said, I think it's been very valuable here. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. So Tade, thank you so much. Tepuk tangan dong buat IPA. Okay, now we move on to the next agenda, right? So it's time for Ricardo to present your experience in what is your strategy to improving science teacher education in Denmark, Brazil, or also German. So Bu Sati, I give it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Yulvi. This is time to hear the experiment. Do you need an assist to use the PPT or no? Okay. All right. Only a narrative. Yeah, can we do the break? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. A break, yeah. Alright, Bapak Ibu, before we hear about the experiment of Ricardo, nggak bisa. So we'll have a break about 5 minutes. So take a rest, Bapak Ibu. Gain up your energy to listen about the next session.
Bapak Ibu, ini ada break sekian menit ya. Sekitar 5 menit, mungkin saya akan menyampaikan beberapa informasi. Yang pertama, jika Bapak Ibu belum memberikan SPPD atau surat tugas, dipersilakan untuk memberikannya ke bagian registrasi. Kemudian yang kedua, untuk tautan e-sertifikat akan dikirim ke grup peserta dan ketua jurusan masing-masing. Kemudian yang ketiga, untuk yang mengikuti acara secara daring hanya mendapatkan sertifikat kegiatan, tidak mendapatkan sertifikat workshop 32 jam pelajaran begitu. Nah, ini kebetulan lagi ada technical, ada perlu penyesuaian sebentar. Nanti setelah ini kita akan mendengarkan lecture lagi dari Prof. Ricardo untuk the experimenting. Setelah itu mungkin nanti kita akan foto bersama ya Bapak Ibu, foto bersama, kemudian nanti akan closing setelah itu. Jadi mohon atensinya Bapak Ibu untuk break sejenak saat ini. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
attention please, Bapak Ibu. Okay, the slide is come and we will hear the presentation about Ricardo's experience to improving. Hello Bapak Ibu. Hi. Alright, we will hear about Ricardo experience, how he improved the science learning in Brazil and Denmark. Ricardo? Okay, maybe a technical issue a little bit. Alright, Ricardo, the stage is yours.
Okay, so let me briefly share with you what we have been doing in terms of, it's not really teacher education, because it's, I've been working with pedagogical development of faculty members. So I often work with people who teach at university, physicists and yeah. No, it's just the microphone. So yes, part of my task in the department that I am is to be involved in the pedagogical training of staff. So I teach one course that is about a week long, and I teach people who teach physics, teach mathematics, teach chemistry, biology at university. So, of course, there are some differences there when we are here talking about teacher education for high school level and basic education, but there are some similarities. I think some principles apply also for you. So let me just start it this way. So the course that we teach, and it's not only me, this is a course of the department, and everyone, there's a lot of people involved. It's a big thing that we do in our department, which is training our staff to teach science. And I would say it's simple, the idea. It's based on two principles. One is probably very well known by you, active learning. And another one that I would say is problem before theory. Very simple ideas, and I'm going to show you here how the course works, what are some of the key topics, and then I'll give you an example, a concrete example of a lesson that I usually teach that exemplifies these principles. That's, I think, what we can do. In 10 minutes, that would be enough. So we talk about things, well, let's say, the principle that we use is, we also, when we teach these courses, we also do problem or context or situation before theory. So although we discuss these concepts like constructivism, intended learning outcomes, TDS phases that I already mentioned, problem-oriented teaching, dialogical teaching, we never do this in a dry theoretical way. We come up with situations. Usually we ask our audience to pretend that they're students, and then we teach them some kind of lesson. Sometimes it's physics when it's me teaching, sometimes it's biology, sometimes it's chemistry. And then after we go through the lesson, we go back and kind of look at it with a more pedagogical lens. I think that's kind of what we do. So, and another important part of this course is that the participants themselves, they need to prepare a small lesson that they will teach to us, and we will use these tools to give them feedback. I would say that's kind of the essential. I'll show you the concrete example that I use just to give you an idea of how it looks. Okay? So I'll change the presentation now, and I'll show you, like, you know, I actually have to teach. I taught this course just before I came to Australia. I taught it together with my great colleague Hendra, who also comes from Indonesia. So we have a big Indonesian influence in our department. And on the first day I do this lesson where they experience this model. You don't have to worry about the terms. There are many other models that do the same thing. It's just the idea. So I asked them to pretend that they are first year physics students, and I usually present intended learning outcomes, ILOs. This is something that we focus on the course, really you as an instructor thinking about what is it that you want your students to be able to do, to be able to achieve, and often with actions. Because if it's active learning, what they learn should demonstrate it with some concrete action. So we tend to ask them to formulate intended learning outcomes as answers to this, what the students should be able to do. So this is just an example. It's just a physics topic about rotation. And those are the intended learning outcomes for the pedagogy course. So we distinguish them. Don't worry about that so much. But here, we won't actually do this. So I'm just going to tell you how we do it. But so the lesson starts with a very simple question. A question is, you may have seen this, especially as a physicist, but I want to give you the concrete idea of how it looks like. So the situation is simple. Suppose you have two cylinders. One cylinder is solid, and the other one is hollow. It's like a piece of pipe, okay? And you take these two cylinders and you put them into an inclined plane and you let them roll downwards. Okay, it's a very simple physics problem. Okay, suppose I tilt this a little bit up. I put the two cylinders here and I tilt a little bit up and I let them roll downwards. The only difference between these two cylinders is that one is solid and the other one is hollow. And the question that I start asking them is, which one wins the race? One comes to the bottom first. Okay, do you understand? It's like two cylinders, the only difference between them is one is solid, the other one is hollow. I let them roll down. Which one wins the race? So what do? We don't have to do this now because I cannot kind of go to the internet and ask you, but I would then ask you to think about it individually. Go to some kind of online tool where you can answer. Which one do you think, oh, the solid one gets to the bottom first, the hollow one gets to the bottom first. Oh, they get to the bottom at the same time, or something else. You answer that individually, then I show the answers. And that's usually a very important moment because I would say very often, if not always, there's a big spread in the answers. So many people, many pick A, many pick B, many think that the solid one will win, then a significant amount thinks that the hollow one would win, and also a significant choose that they will get to the bottom at the same time. That's the ideal. I mean, to me, the ideal is kind of 33% each, because then I can show to them, we don't agree with this. This is not a trivial problem, right? We need to discuss. If everyone is picking A and that's the correct answer, not a good question, because that will not engage them in discussion. But those questions are carefully made so that usually there's a spread. Usually that's not only one obvious answer. And this is important because after they see that there's not a consensus, then I ask them, okay, now talk to the person next to you, explain which one you picked and why. So discuss a little bit. And then what I often do, and I didn't bring them with me because that would be a little bit of too heavy luggage, but I have sets of cylinders that I give to them in order for them to make the experiment. But I wanted them to predict that first, of course. So they try out themselves, observe what happens, and then try to explain them. They begin to formulate, oh, okay, I noticed that this one wins the race, and now why is that the case, and all of that. Okay, so this is kind of another stage. And only then, actually, after they tried out themselves, after they came up with their own explanations, and after they explained this to me and we kind of validate, only then we would begin talking about something that is physics concepts. Okay? So this is the basic idea. This kind of, instead of, I'll go to the phases. I think the basic idea is, instead of teaching the concepts first and then applying them in that particular situation, we start with the situation, we even ask them to come up with their own explanations, and we build on that, and only then we come with the theory, with the concept that explain that particular situation. That's why we say it's problem before theory and not theory before problem, I would say. Okay, you don't need to know these names, but basically then we say, well, there's the first phase, which is kind of an introduction to the problem. It's called the evolution phase. You don't need to worry about these names. Then there's the activation phase, formulation, validation, and only in the end kind of the conceptual knowledge accepted by the institution comes. So this is just to give you a concrete example of how we work and what kind of model we try to encourage them to try out, which, as I said, is based on these two, let's say, two basic ideas, which is active learning and problem before theory, right? So I think that exemplifies how we do things. It's more in this direction. It's more from the concrete and it's specific to the abstract in general, and not the other way around, I would say. That was it, yeah, I think. Okay. I don't know if you have questions, discussions. How are we with time?
Okay, thank you, Ricardo, for all your explanation for the experiment. Alright, Bapak Ibu, this is the end of our session. The key point takes away in today's session in the deep learning is, first, keep it simple. Start with simple thing and go with the process, but make the student can thinking deeply about the simple situation. Alright, Bapak Ibu, that's all for today. I'm Septi, the moderator, and thank you for having us to learn about deep learning. And now we will back to the main host. To the next session is photograph session. We'll go back to Bu Clara. Think about.
Thank you, Ibu Septi. Okay, you may have a seat. Thank you. Everyone, please give applause to Mr. Ricardo, Ibu Septi, and all the committee. And everyone here, thank you very much for participating, and also for Mr. Ricardo for giving us clearer explanation about his experiment, about this one. What is the simple one here? Please provide some specific or concrete thing first before we deliver the abstract ones or the theoretical part. Jadi bisa diaplikasikan Ibu ya, untuk pembelajaran kita menunjukkan dulu seperti yang ditunjukkan Ricardo dengan bola menggelinding, kemudian baru kita maju ke theoretical part. Okay, Mr. Ricardo, thank you very much for the session, for the lecture, and we are very appreciate that. Okay, so next we are going to have a photo session. So first, I think we are going to take a picture from this view. So Mr. Ricardo will be around here, maybe, yeah. So the photographer will take a picture for overall of the participants. Ibu Septi, please have a seat there. Bapak Ibu bisa menyesuaikan diri untuk mengambil foto. Mungkin gimana? Duduk atau berdiri, Pak? Duduk. Oh, duduk saja Bapak Ibu ya, supaya kelihatan semua. Mundur aja. Ibu Septi bisa di belakang aja, Bu. Biar kelihatan Ibu Septi di belakang, di Pak Robi. Oh, oh kelihatan? Oh ya. Maksudnya mana ya? Boleh. Permisi Bu ya. Oke, terima kasih. Selanjutnya kita akan foto per rumpun ya. Diharapkan Bapak Ibu maju ke depan. Yang pertama untuk jurusan matematika dulu ya. Matematika dipersilakan untuk ke depan bersama with Profesor Ricardo. Guru-guru dan lecturer ya, dan dosen juga, jadi sekalian kita foto. Untuk perwakilan dari dekanat, jika ingin. Ya.
Standing?
Yeah,
Standing?
here.
All right.
And here we have the hat. Silakan Ibu, posisi. Close aja di Ya, cabut aja.
Halo, ya dikondisikan backgroundnya, please for the editor. Backgroundnya boleh dikondisikan yang awal tadi. Ya, so yeah, my wife. Is it what's up? Okay.
Baik, untuk selanjutnya saya undang untuk rumpun biologi, silakan ke depan. Dipersilakan ke depan, Bapak Ibu dari biologi. Baik, setelah itu saya undang.
Halo, ya. Fisika deh.
Fisika. Oke, fisika.
Bapak Ibu guru fisika, silakan Bapak dosen Pak Yudi, Pak Ganesha tadi ada ya? Masih ada nggak sih? Pak Yudi, Pak Ganesha, dosen-dosen fisika, Bapak guru dan Ibu guru fisika, Pak Rahmat juga silahkan merapat ke depan. Aduh, saya seneng banget udah datang nih guru-guru, happy.
the next is chemistry education, pendidikan kimia. Silakan Bapak Ibu. Bapak Ibu guru dari pendidikan kimia.
Bapak Ibu,
pendidikan kimia.
selanjutnya pendidikan kimia. Bapak Ibu guru dari klaster kimia dipersilakan maju.
Oke, Bapak Ibu guru dari kimia, silahkan. Chemistry education. Ya, oke. Kayaknya TAD perlu ngatur lagi. Ini Pak Tata, ini nge-hire TAD. Oh ini nih Teh. Punten Teh. Ya nanti di share ya. Oke Bapak Ibu, ini adalah keluarga besar kimia. Alhamdulillah. Kimia education dari Kabupaten Serang, Kota Serang. Ada juga dari Tangerang ya. Dari Tangerang mana Bu? Oke, alhamdulillah. Oke, Masya Allah. Ada dari Kabupaten Tangerang, Kota Serang, sama Kabupaten Serang. Alhamdulillah. Jangan kapok ya Bapak Ibu untuk datang ke FKIP. Oke, ada Bu Clara, Bu siapa ini? Untirta Jawara. Sekolah Jawara. Freestyle again. Oh, okay, that's gaya sombong. Iya. Yeah. Sombong. Arrogant. Oh ya, yeah. Cool style, cool style. Iya, yeah. Oke, okay. Tadi juga pengen. Iya deh. Oke, thank you so much. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Ya, terakhir dari IPA ya. Aduh, ini kepala sukunya yang ngarahin gaya dari tadi tapi belum difoto. Aduh, punten Teh hampura. Nah, yang ngatur gayanya kayak Mr. Robby deh. Tolong diatur gayanya. Oke, guru-guru dari IPA, Natural Science, please come forward. Oh, kamera. Oke. Oke, ini dari Kabupaten Serang, Kota Serang, dan Kabupaten Pandeglang. Alhamdulillah bisa silaturahmi. Mohon maaf lahir batin ya Bapak Ibu, jangan kapok ke FKIP. Oke, lagi ya. Masih ada guru IPA? Oke, Uni Dewi mau ikut juga? Ya. Oke, ya. Oke, siap? Ready to take a picture? Gaya apa dulu nih? Gaya formal ya, formal style. Dengerin aba-aba Pak Robi ya. Kapan lagi ngerjain Pak Robi? Cheers, oke. Oh langsung gaya bebas. Jawara dulu gimana sih? Jawara. It means brave. Oke. Terus apalagi Pak? Sekolah Jawara. Jawara School. Oke. Last one freestyle ya. Gaya bebas. Oh paham. Oh gitu Teh. Oke. Oke, kayaknya fisika harus nyiapin juga freestyle-nya ya. Oke, cibi-cibi. Aduh, Teteh. Aduh, Teh, dia tuh guru loh, Teh. Teh, dia profesor di sana. Iya, bener. Oke, no problem. guru IPA, terima kasih. Sudah semua ya? Oke, kita kembalikan. Iya, benar. Oke, thank you so much. Go back to Ibu Clara. Terima kasih, silakan Bu.
Okay. So that is the end. That is the end. Oh, really? Yes. Oh, really? Baik, Bapak Ibu. You can come sit down. You can sit down. Baik, Bapak Ibu, sudah dipersilahkan duduk kembali. Okay. So we've come to the end of our agenda today. I would like to thank all of the participants, the speakers, and the committee for succeeding this event. We hope that this event brings a valuable experience to everyone, and we hope that we will meet again on the next occasion. It has been my pleasure to host this event. Have a pleasant day, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Ibu guru IPA, dosen-dosen biologi boleh gabung. Bu guru Bapak Ibu guru IPA, alumni biologi